Wherever we go, you can go too. Whether you're on the road, at the farm, or back in the barns, Walton Webcasting is there, streaming live to capture every moment and archiving the ones that you missed.
The grand champion Market Barrow this year's Tulsa State Fair.
Watch wherever, whenever.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
Tell family and loved ones back home to head over to waltonwebcasting.com so they can watch from the comfort of their own home. Live shows are always free. Walton Webcasting. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to appreciate the quality of your show pigs. Let Walton Webcasting be your partner in success. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367.
These great heroes come together to support the livestock industry and Walton Webcasting. We call them the Premier Partners. Layered Premium Blend Genetics, Brad Howell Ford, Biozyme, Umbarger Shell Feeds, Kennedy Ventures, Sunglow Feeds, and First Farmers Bank and Trust. This adventure wouldn't be possible without the continued support from the Premier Partners.
We start off the Purebred Gilt show with the biggest class that we'll see here today. Quite a few Chesters here to run things out. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to sort through the show. I'm excited to work with Travis. We got an extremely high quality pair of Chester Gilts here on the top end of this particular class. I think there's quality runs deep here, and little things start to break and make decisions up towards the top end. Between this particular pair, for me, there's one out here that I think's more genuine in her cover and her condition. I think she's heavier boned and bigger footed. I think she's the more comfortable of the pair. That'd be the young man's Gilt in front of me. He'll have my class winner. Take nothing away from the young lady's Gilt here. You get on top of this one and there's a lot of spread. She's got a big blade and a big arm. She's a Gilt that has wanted to just get a little foul here as the class has started to work on. Maybe not quite, again, as comfortable as that class winner, but angles read right to me. There's a lot of hog here. Just like to maybe take some peel, some bark off of her, just a little. Nice one to be second. Young lady's Gilt coming out next and third. Big chested, big armed, big ribbed. A lot of spread up high on this one, skeleton too. This one here works into three for me at times. When you step off to the side of her, how she blends from loin to shoulder is a little concerning to me. She wants to drop there right in front of her hookup at times. She's a Gilt that's just not as attractive there from blade forward there when you get down through her throat. Young lady's Gilt coming out next here is one that I do dig from a standpoint of elevation, femininity, attractive. That Gilt from blade forward's very good. She's extremely good in her design. She's a Gilt that has a very, very heavy structure when you take her to the ground. She's a Gilt that gets to be a little longer toed, a little flatter pasterned up front. I'd like to change that to get her any higher. A really, really bold, square, genuine Gilt coming out next of the young man's. She's a Gilt, though, when you start to study her up into the top 5 or 6, she's a Gilt that gets to be a little shorter cannoned, a little lower set to the ground, but she brings some neat pieces to the table. We kind of round out this class here. Again, a couple of bigger Gilts coming out next that just don't balance as well. And then we again round out this class with some Gilts that get to be a little more compact, a little lower set. They need to be extended in their bone work and elevated to get higher in this particular drive.
Winners. First place, Kylan Camp from Laverne. Second, Ember Bell from Caney Valley. Third, Carly Ginn from Porter. Fourth, Adley Castor from Valma Alma. Fifth, Wade Ritchie from Altus. Sixth, Jet Wright from Lokiba Sickles. Seventh, Joella King from Hartshorn. Eighth, Brindley Horsley from Midway. Ninth, Merritt Major from Calumet. And 10th, Emma Rainey from Caney Valley. Showmanship winner for the Class 1 Chesters was Joella King from Hartshorn.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Yeah, quickly, we're into the Purebred Gilt show now. Obviously, concluded Class 1 Chesters. I give you some quick results here. Kylan Kemp is your class winner there with a Delta daughter raised by Gortney. Second went to Ember Bell, again a Delta daughter raised by Knickel. Carlin Gwynn was third in that class with a perfect fit from Gortney. And Adley Castor was fourth in the class with a Delta toy box bred by Castor. So that's your top 4 out of Class 1. We're now showing Class 2 Chesters. Let you know what we'll do. We'll select a champion, a reserve. 3 others will be guaranteed in. We will sell 5 Chesters there in the sale next Tuesday night. And then we will pick some additionals that we will look at for alternates that will go into the remaining sale order.
Here in the second class of Chesters, a young lady here in the center of the ring going across will be my class winner. And this one here, initial hit, obviously you study her at the ground, and her features are humongous. Her feet are very, very big, and as she's continued to go out here, she's continued to use that hind leg good enough for me at times. Maybe on her right rear, she wants to roll them up a nickel, but that one's study her in comparison to our second place Gilt. That one's better on her front feet. She's better how she plants them coming at you. She's square in her chest and knee coming at you. I like that Gilt to win. For as stout featured and stuff that she is, she's not coarse. That Gilt still has some length from blade forward. She still has a nice look to her head and neck. I like that Gilt to win this class. Young lady here in second, like I mentioned, I'd change her coming right at you. I'd strengthen her on her front feet. I'd make her a little square there in her knee coming at you from the side. This one strikes you as good as any. When you strike her on the profile, elevated her to shoulder, jet level back through her hip and hind leg. She's got a big rear foot that she leaves you on. I think that's an awfully nice pair. Young lady here in third, I asked Travis when I got it to the top three, I said, am I using my imagination too much here? He said, no, she needs more in her center body, and she does. She needs, from a standpoint of maturity, maybe fits last class a little bit. But I'm telling you, if you're sitting in there and studying your lessons on ones you want to buy, genuine, big, heavy structure, awesome look through her front end. She's good in her body condition. She does need just a little more fluff on her, just a little more show ring fluff. But that Gilt is awfully, awfully good. Tremendous amount of breeding value in that Gilt. I could talk about her a lot. She's not as far along. She gets swallowed up a little bit here in comparison to them top two. That one's extremely high quality. Young lady's Gilt coming out next. I'd like to change this one there. And you talk about from a standpoint of cover. This is on the opposite end of the spectrum. This one's pushing a little too much for me, especially through the lower portions of her body. She gets a little less descript on top of her, especially there out of her poll. She's a Gilt, though, that is sound and has some pieces, big arm, big bladed, big feet. I'd like to just clean her up and give her a little more show ring appeal there when you study her from the side. Young lady's Gilt coming out next, has a more Gilt that's more acceptable compositionally to me, really good shape. This is one at times you catch her wanting to go a little too far forward in her shoulder. She gets to be a little different there and dropping her hip and rump at times. Just balance her up off both ends to get her up any higher. This is a Gilt that hit me good coming out initially, square, shapely, extremely fresh, well presented. When I get her back out here in the top six, I need to strengthen her in the top part of her spine. It just throws her off from a balance standpoint. We round out this class with some parts and pieces again that need to blend better, need to be a little bigger, need to be a little cleaner. Nice class of Chester Gilts.
There's first place Laney Allen from Canute. Second place Madeline Gray from Van Oss. Third Jacelyn Castle from Chattanooga. Fourth McKenna Hood from Keys. Fifth Kayla Bunch from Locust Grove. Sixth Emily Wilson from Adair. Seventh Sydney Richardson from Lindsay. Eighth Bray Wright from Wacomas. Ninth Hunter Hubbard from Wagner. And 10th, Kinley Clater from Hera. Our showmanship winner from Class 2 was McKenna Hood from Keys.
Your class two. Your class two. Your results out of class two is your winner is Laney Allen. Laney's Gilt is a hired gun whiplash bred by Ty Jester. Second in that class went to Madeline Gray. Madeline's Gilt is a WD-40 from Team Sloan. Third was Jacqueline Castle. Again, another hired gun from Connor and John Smith.
Parts and pieces to the table. I think, though, Travis and I can make a very quick and logical decision between this particular pair to not reinvent the wheel. There's one out here that brings some extreme pieces, and he also studied her in comparison between the two, and I think she's looser in her hip. She's a little more stable behind. Young ladies class 2 will be our champion, Chester.
So your champion goes to Laney Allen. It's a hired gun whiplash bred by Ty Jester.
Yeah, really nice Gilt to win here in the Chesters. That's exciting for that family.
Stout one, yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder how that one handles. You think they handle that one? I mean,
they might.
That drops in Madeline Gray with her Team Sloan Chester.
That one's got a lot of breeding value. Her side view is outrageous.
Like her skull.
And I will say, for this breed, those two have really held it together compositionally, and their crest and top line is really good.
Second place Gilt comes out, and again, I talked about that pair kind of sorting themselves off, and this one has so much presence, and there's so much when you get on top of her, and I think things just blend together extremely, extremely good. Like I said, I picked on her just a little bit up front. I think both of these Chester Gilts are extremely high quality. Young lady, your second place Gilt will be reserved Chester.
So our second place there will be your reserve champion. Congratulations to Madeline Gray with her Team Sloan Gilt.
She is a WD-40.
Yeah, WD-40. Yeah. So
I already looked it up.
So congratulations to AC and the crew there. She farrowed them, ear notched them, everything.
To be determined on the WD-40, sounds like.
Our third selection is our class 1. That's Kylan Camp. That's a Delta and bred by Gortney.
Oh, congratulations to Gortney. He really tries hard in that Chester breed.
Yep.
Had a lot of success, especially here in the last few years.
That lets in Ember Bale. This is a unique female here.
Yes. I believe she was champion at Coba.
She is broad.
Yeah.
Thing comes at you like a truck. She'll be the fourth selection. Our Chester lineup. So one more of these Gilts will actually make the sale, and then we'll select a few there to show in the show-off, if you will, tomorrow.
So they pick 5 from each purebred breed, and then the show back later?
Excluding the Landrace.
Oh, okay.
Just a pair of them.
This is Little Gilt. I'm not sure. Is she a class 1?
She'd be a class 1, yeah.
She'll be the final selection, I suppose. She's pretty interesting looking.
Yeah, that was
Well, that was class 2, I think. No, maybe not.
No.
Was that 2? I think that was 2.
Class 2, okay. That's Jacqueline Castle. That's a hired gun. Another one of those. That board looks like done a nice job.
The hired gun and Delta basically swept things, and
They
potentially WD-40 in there.
Yep.
Which should be the sire of hired gun.
So, if you will, just continue to watch there, the Chester Show, and then we'll get back with you there as we make our way into a long day of red ones.
That's Carly Ginn from Porter. That'll bring Adley Castor to the ring. Wade Ritchie from Altus, you're on deck from Class 1. Our 7th selection comes from Class 1. That's Adley Castor from Valma Elma. That'll let Jet Wright from Lokiba into the ring. Joella King, you're on deck for Class 1. Eighth selection comes from Class 2. That's McKenna Hood from Keys. We need Kayla Bunch from Locust Grove in the ring. Emily Wilson from Adair, you're on deck for Class 2. Our 9th selection comes from Class 1. That's Wade Ritchie from Altus. We need Jet Wright in the ring.
It doesn't say.
Jet Wright from Lokiba Sickles. We need your 6th place Class 1 Chester Gilt in the show ring. Jet Wright from Lokiba Sickles. We're still waiting for your 6th place Class 1 Chester Gilt in the show ring.
He's on his way.
While we're waiting on Jet, we, of course, are fortunate to have lots of folks that are influential in the industry come through the show barn from time to time. And when we get a chance, we'd like to introduce them. Standing behind me at the announcer stand is Dr. Coffey, our animal science department head here. I certainly appreciate what he gives to us. I happen to know he's a kind of a pig guy from way back, and so thank you to Dr. Coffey for coming by and visit us in the pig barn. He may be here to serve in a voluntary capacity for which we haven't found a job for him yet, but we will. Our 10th and final selection for the Chester Gilt preliminary sale lineup is Caleb Bunch from Locust Grove. Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors. We certainly need the Duroc Gilts Class 1 in the sift.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan. There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk. Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Well, welcome here to the OYE show, and man, I've been pumped ever since we got the call. It's been a few years. I got to sift the Barra show and jumped at the opportunity. I've been excited ever since, and judge alongside a good buddy Ogle. It's going to be a fun couple days here. The Duroc breed is something we like to raise and show, and I think it's a great way to start in terms of depth of quality in this drive. Young lady is going to win this class, and I think she does so just from a balance standpoint. That gilt there is she's high-headed, she's square underneath, and still the heavy structured gilt. Her angulation and set to her blades the most correct. She's still stout in all of her features. Sure, she's the right in terms of her maturity for this particular age and size. I think a very easy place to start and a good place to start with this young lady's gilt here in the green. Young lady in second's got a very attractive gilt. I like that gilt's head and neck extremely well on the side. I think a gilt that offers some shape and muscularity. She's not one that's maybe just the most of anything, but a very fresh kind of a top, and one that I like her elegance on the side over our third place gilt. Compared to our first place gilt, she ties a little bit different there to her ham loin hookup, just a little bit rawer, but in terms of presence on the side, I think that gilt's got the green line. A gilt here in third is one that's unique in terms of her stoutness that she's got. A little harder to read up in her shoulder set there with a tighter clip job, but a gilt that I do appreciate. The center body and dimension she's got. A gilt that's got a big hip working in her. At times, maybe that gilt gets a little bit easier in her top line comparative to the gilt in second. But in terms of density and stoutness, center body, a lot of neat things about that third place gilt right there. Nice kind of a gilt there in the top trio. Fourth place gilt, interesting breeding piece for the show ring for me. She's just a little outwards in terms of her chest floor. A gilt that's very, very opened up in terms of her body cavity and her stoutness. She just pushes too much for me for the Duroc ring setting, but in terms of breeding value, a lot of neat things about that particular gilt. In terms of shape, muscle, power, dimension, she's shorter, she's rounder out of her rump compared to some of the other ones. On the other aspect of things, we got a gilt that gives you a great look on the side, tall fronted, balance, just a little more fragile in her bone work. If she had more structure, I like that gilt's presence. That's the type and kind that I like to look at on the side. Just for me, she's a little flatter in her body shape, she's a little forward in her shoulder, but man, a highly presented gilt, high-headed, level, square, correct, maybe not quite as heavy duty as some of the other ones. Young man's got one that offers a little more length to side, square chested, heavy enough in her structure, gets a little easier in her top line with time goes on, but a gilt you do appreciate the femininity she's got. Little stout, moderate gilt that comes out next, just pushes it in terms of just overall condition. She's a little shorter off both ends of her skeleton. We finish up with some gilts there. Got a bigger, taller kind of a gilt. Need to give up a little bit in terms of bone work. Not quite the look and extension out of the next two here. Need to give them more blade movement. Let's pay them off with a round of applause. Great way to start off our Duroc class.
The fourth place winner from that Class 1 Duroc class before you exit, get too far from us. We need to see the fourth place winner of Class 1 Duroc gilts at the announcer stand, please. We also have a pedigree that's been turned in here at the announcer stand. This is a Duroc pedigree, and it's for Mia Schroeder. Mia Schroeder, you're Cadillac keys.
So we'll get you caught up here on the first class. They're Class 1 Duroc Gilts. Just completed. That class winner was Daisy Prince. That Gilt was a Born This Way and bred by Christian Berry. Second in that class went to Reagan Biggerstaff. Gilt out of Born This Way, bred by Cooper Phillips. And third in that class was Emma Throckmorton with a Born This Way, bred by Phillips Show Pigs.
Okay, so we're 2 and 3 litter mates, Born This Way?
2 and 3 litter mates, and the class winner was a Born This Way.
Interesting.
From
Clean sweep for
Seabury.
Born This Way.
Yeah,
1, 2,
he
3.
was the premier sire of Class 1 Duroc Gilts here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Absolutely.
Now in Class 2, looks like we have 40 Duroc Gilts in this class. We'll get you some more information, or I think we're doing a pedigree check here on one or something over there. So when we get all that cleared up, we will tell you what the status is in 4th and 5th.
You bet. What other breeds are we going to show today here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo? We got Chesters and Durocs and
so
else?
Herefords, I think, show. What else did we say? Yeah, the Herefords, Durocs. And then we'll go from the Durocs into their cousins, I guess, be the Herefords. Without halters.
distant cousin.
Distant cousin. And then we go from the Herefords, we follow that with the Landrace. And after the Landrace, we go
Landrace
to
and
the
Poland Chinese.
Poland Chinese.
There you go.
In the evening with the Poland Chinese.
Awesome. We're going to get quite a few breeds done today.
Yes. Short day tomorrow. Long day today, short day tomorrow. Platt out there in the center of the ring, looking good in his shoes. Did you notice
He does
that?
look sharp, yes.
Platt always looks sharp, though. He tries to find a way to look sharp.
I feel like he's got a coordinator, though. A little fashion advice coming from the backside, the outside.
He looks smooth in him, though. You notice how he just kind of floats across that ring there?
It kind of strikes me like he's going to do the evening news later. You know, maybe
He might.
Does he look like
We
a
had some news
weatherman to you?
report.
or
We
no?
had. Did you see Channel 4 News was here yesterday?
Absolutely, yeah. I heard it on the radio on the way in.
Is
all
that
about
right?
the Oklahoma Youth Expo. Yep, they were talking about all the horse trailers at the State Fair Park.
Horse trailers.
Yep, and they were letting the world know that the Oklahoma Youth Expo is happening. This is shaping up to be a nice class as well. I feel like Ogle's really doing a good job of sifting. He's sending a good amount up, but not just overwhelming everybody up here.
Right. It's always encouraging when you sit there and then we get responses back. I like that.
Absolutely. Always love the feedback. So at some of the NSR shows, are they showing these by weight now? Is that what we're doing?
So the way I understand it, I've not really followed that too much, but they have an age bracket that you fit in, and then for that month, then they weigh them. And then
Okay.
they split the classes. So.
Okay. So I judged the purebred gilts at San Angelo, a month ago.
Right.
And the way they show it there, those purebred gilts is all by weight. You have to have a pedigree just to get in, basically to enter.
But then
and then beyond
just
that's
weigh.
all by weight. And,
Yeah, I like that.
It was awesome. Yeah, they weighed every gilt. There was a sift alleyway, and I would send them either to the scale or to the big ring. And I really didn't even notice what was going on for a while, but they were all basically the same size. It was nice.
I know they probably didn't ask you or I either one of this, but I think that's a way better deal.
I prefer it as a breeder for sure.
Yeah, because, I mean, otherwise, I mean, it's just, you know, what can you do on paper? And
Right, yeah.
then as a judge, you stand out there and it's like, you know.
Some breeders have more creativity than others.
Oh. Maybe some people's just pig starter works better than others.
Absolutely. Well, that's a real life thing. I mean, some pigs get a little sick or set back, or they just pop out tiny or big or whatever it may be.
Just diversity in litters, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I actually had a few years ago here, I had a litter of pigs that just grew like absolute weeds, and they were just monsters. And I could tell whoever was judging, I don't even remember who it was, they definitely thought my pigs were misaged.
Yeah.
They were just enormous. And that happens too, I guess. Some of them don't grow, some of them do.
Do you ever find it interesting, though, how that the gilts in some litters grow, and then yet the barrows are way smaller?
I kind of like that, at least in my world.
Oh. It's like a pretty nice set of red gilts.
Yeah, I felt like we started really strong. I think Platt really liked that Class 1 quite a bit.
He said just leave that fifth one out. Let's walk him around a little bit more.
Is that the little Dosh girl coming out there? Is that her?
So.
They got her hair dialed in.
Yeah, they do. She always is. It's her buyer's gilt. That'd be a raise the bar creation. Old Brad's had a lot of Duroc gilts showing this ring over the years. 9209, who is that?
Todd, I got to run real quick.
42.
You want a little celebrity guest action here?
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd like to have a celebrity.
Celebrity guest. I got to roll. Little interview, inside information.
A really good class here, these red ones, and I think our top trio offer a lot of quality, a lot of differences here in the top three. The balance gilt from the side, the young man gets the green light for me to win this class in terms of her presence on the side, the way she ties into her head and neck and her top line. Still a gilt that I think comes with the right amount of squareness. She's got the right amount of shape. I think she levels up the best out of her hip comparative to our second place gilt and still offers that freshness and look from the side. I think a very, very good kind of a class winner in this drive. A very competitive top trio, different in their types and kinds. The gilt in second, when she comes in, she's the powerful kind of a hog in terms of center dimension and shape and muscle. I like that gilt's power that she's got. She starts stout about her head, but with that said, she's maybe just a little tipped in her hip, and she wants to just get a little rounder out of her hip, wants to compensate as she goes to the ground. But a gilt I do appreciate. Heaviness of structure, her density that she's got there, maybe not quite as comfortable in her front shoulder. Young lady drives the wheels off our third place gilt, and I like a lot of things in terms of of breeding value about this hog, she's very stout about her head. She's got a big arm working in her, good about her hind leg in terms of the density that she's got, but that's where I want to get critical. With the way she plants and drives behind, she's a little outwards on her upper wall. She wants to compensate at the ground. But in terms of stoutness that she's got, I like that gilt, just her ruggedness and power. Maybe doesn't piece together quite in her top line as good as the top two, but a nice kind of a powerful gilt there in third. Fourth place gilt, I kept moving her up, and I think a gilt, she just does that from a feet and leg standpoint. She's balanced. She's not out there. She's not maybe the most of anything, but in terms of a gilt, really appreciate her on the side. Her fundamentals are good. Her shoulders set in her. She's level. She's loose. She's correct. Runs out of power when I get her any higher. But a nice, well-driven gilt. Young man did a good job driving her all the way to the top here. Powerful gilt in fifth. Stout about her head. Probably as bold-chested as anything in this drive. She's a little smushed everywhere in terms of her head. She's a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. Love her muscle. Like her dimension. She's got big-centered kind of a gilt. Just need to stretch her off both ends. Gets a little outwards there as she goes right away. Another well-balanced kind of a hog that offers a lot of neat look from the side. She's got some shape and muscle. She's maybe not quite as comfortable the longer the drive goes on in terms of just overreaching, but that gilt's got a lot of value in terms of her look, her stoutness. Just want to freshen her up in terms of just condition that she's got, skin and hair, but a good looking kind of a hog that offers some shape and muscle, very dense in her skeleton at the same time. Nice pattern kind of a hog there, just runs out of structure as big as she is up high, but in terms of look from the side, you got to appreciate her there. Next one comes out, similar scenario in terms of a highly high-headed kind of a gilt, well presented, wants to get inwards at her knee a little bit more than ideal, but a gilt I do appreciate the look that she carries, just wants to get a little bit rounder out of her hip, maybe a little flatter in her body shape. One that's pushing a little more condition in terms of stoutness, I do appreciate that. That gilt there, just a little more jammed up, a little more chunk to her than I'd like to see. She wants to compensate up there in her front shoulder. Next gilt comes out, thought she was sound enough to grab a pin, just needs to be elevated, need to give her a little more just a circumference of bone. Great class, really good top trio. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
First place, Rhett Sykes from Granite. Second, Rosalind Smith from Westville. Third, Cambry Dosh from Colbert. Fourth, Mason Dries from Medford. Fifth, Tristan Martin from Cherokee County. Sixth, Macy Calico from Oologah. Seventh, Lena Hampton from Osage County. Eighth, Colt Roach from Chattanooga. Ninth, Rake and Rochelle from Empire. And 10th, Macy Walker from Red Oak. Showmanship winner was Cambry Dosh from Colbert.
Quickly, we'll jump in here and give you some results out of Class 2. The class winner there was Rhett Sykes. Gilt was a King Boss Motivation, bred by Danner Livestock. Rosalind Smith was second in that class with a Raise the Bar from Byers Farms. Cambry Dosh stood third in that class. Showmanship winner again with a Raise the Bar creation from Byers. Fourth in that class was Mason Dries with a creation daughter bred by Dries family. And fifth was Trishan Martin, another Raise the Bar from Brett Byers. So Brett Byers would be the premier breeder of the top 5 there in Class 2. We're now showing Class 3 Durocs. These are the mid-August borns.
It's a really tough trio here in this red gilt class, and I think some trade-offs and some differences here in the top trio. Three young ladies bring us. The gilt I like to use is the balance gilt on the side that I think stays together in her top line. Her fundamentals are right. Young lady's got a really high-headed, good-looking kind of a gilt that offers strength of top line, levelness of hip, and I think looseness. She's the gilt that I believe she's a squarest off both ends of her skeleton. She's not the most of anything, but in this particular drive, I think feet and legs, balance on the side, is what gives her the green light to win this class. Really good gilt in second in terms of a well-presented kind of a hog. She's got more in terms of power and muscularity. She's naturally a high-headed kind of a gilt. I like her set and angulation that she's got in her shoulder. She wants to crest up a little bit at her neck. My biggest concern for her is out of her rump. She's naturally a little bigger rump. She wants to set a little bit lower there, but a gilt extremely well-presented. Love her shape, like her density in terms of her skin texture. She's got a good condition in terms of her body. Just for me, doesn't blend in as good out of her hip as our class winner, but a nicely presented gilt there in second. Third place gilt. She's the power moderate kind of a hog that opens up with shape and muscularity. She wants to cave in at her knee as I get right behind her. I read her in terms of correctness in her step. She just wants to funnel a little bit for as big as she is up high. Another well-presented kind of a gilt that offers shape and muscle, just a little more timid stepping than I'd like to see there out of her hip and hind leg. Young lady, you drove your way up here in terms of that gilt is one that gives you a nice enough look on the side. I just think she's a little past her prime in terms of her condition. She wants to roll up a little bit there in her ham loin and her just body texture. She just reads with a little more, I guess, maturity for me. For me, where I think she gets into trouble, her body shape doesn't match. As big as she is and as wide set as she is there behind, she just needs to have just a shot more in the center part of her body. Just need to freshen her up for the ring today. Nice kind of a gilt in terms of femininity that she's got here. A gilt that's a little far forward in her shoulder, wants to compensate out of her front end the longer the drive goes on. But in terms of just natural shape, you do have to appreciate what she's got for her size today. Next gilt comes out. Kind of some barrel-making looks on the side profile. For me, she just gets a little timid out of her hind leg. I couldn't find a comfort zone. I love that gilt on the side because she's striking. She's naturally tall fronted. She's level. I like the way her tail set is. She just has no comfort level in terms of the way she wants to swivel out of her hip. I thought the longer the drive goes on, she just gives me more issues there. Man, if we could get her going, that gilt there is probably one of my favorites in terms of her design on the side, her natural high-headed she's got. I just can't find the comfort level to get her any higher. This gilt's got shape and muscle. She's rounded out of her hip. Need to have just a shot more in the center part of her body. Thought she had enough muscle and presence to get her in the top 10 here. Next gilt comes out, similar scenario. Harder to drive for the young lady, but in terms of soundness, appreciate her there. She needs to have just a shot more to lower third to get her any higher. Next gilt comes out, like the density. She wants to close up at her knee compared to some of the other ones. Finish up the drive with a gilt. Just gets a little more timid out of her front shoulder and knee the longer the drive goes on. Thought she had enough power to grab a pin. Let's give them all a nice round of applause here in our third class of red ones.
First place, Paisley Collins from Van Oss. Second, Gracely Huff from Moss. Third, Bailey Weeks from Meeker. Fourth, Lexi Wood from Moss. Fifth, Lana Lesher from Crescent. Sixth, Cassidy Strieber from North Rock Creek. Seventh, J.D. Garrett from Chattanooga. Eighth, Paisley Hammer from Tupelo. Ninth, Paige Kettenbrink from Coweta. And 10th, Bronk Ward from Worcester. Our showmanship winner for Class 3 was Bailey Weeks from Meeker.
Go ahead.
Todd's going to fill us in.
Class 3, we're going to get you caught back up. We're showing Class 4, Duroc Gilts. We're going to get you some results here in Class 3. That winner was Paisley Collins. Paisley's Gilt was a disruption. I believe that's a board there that Nick Berry and Ty own.
The boy
Nicky. There you go, HC Livestock to put that one together. Second in that class was Gracely Huff. That was a Raise the Bar from, again, Brett Byers. Bailey Weeks was third in the class with another disruption main character from Heron. Lexi Wood was fourth in that class with a main drag, again from our friend Brett Byers. And fifth in that class was Lana Lester with a Wolf from Smith's.
Yeah, the Red Show's been good.
It's been good.
For those of you guys following along, that be on Class 4 here now, so we'll be halfway done. I believe there's 6 classes of these Red Gilts, and don't believe there's any divisions, is there, Todd? Just bring them all back.
Bringing them back, Sean.
How many of those will make the sale then, roughly?
Well, we'll start with 10, or we'll start with 5.
At least 5.
And then we'll select about 15 of those, probably roughly 12 to 15 of them, and then use those as extras for our preliminaries tomorrow. So
absolutely.
So we'll do. But so anyway, those of you that don't know, if you're just now joining in, we've had the opportunity to have our celebrity guest come by from judging the Crossbred show, Miss Troy Sloan. He's stuck around here and glued into the Chester show, particularly. He had it in a Chester Gilt. I know that he was following around there watching and wanted to see. And then hung around here and has really got enticed here with these Durocs.
Yeah, the Chester show was good. And my boy Ogle maybe got one place off, but he got close. But no, Chesters were good. They did a good job, and it's a good set of those that'll sell. And this Red's probably not locked in as this Red show as much as Todd claims I am, but just glancing here, they look very, very good. So,
in all honesty, they've been good coming up here, and what we've been talking about there is you just look at them. I mean, probably one of the looser structured, just sounder set of Durocs that we've seen in a while. I mean, just in terms of not to use the words basic build, but I mean just basic. I mean at the ground and being sound and functional, and you expect that too, though. I mean with Travis, if you're going to show to him,
right,
you better have some that's flexible and can go.
Yep. Travis likes some sound and good built, and that's good. I do too. So looks like he's got several of these, maybe 11 of them that'll come back out here. So I'm sure he's pleased with the quality. See what they look like as they come back out here after his initial sort.
Do you have just a quick glance out there? Do you have any quick thoughts on TP and his attire and his extra agility? I mean, have you noticed the athleticism? Like the water bottle in hand. It looks like
he's bouncing around like he's feeling good. I think I'd say he may have some maybe special kind of shoes there that is going to keep his feet comfortable. I'm going to guess his feet probably feel better than mine. I don't know if we went with the right choice on the.
Is there a tough shoe selection? I mean, what is the shoe selection process when you prepare to judge a show like this?
Well, I'm going to tell you our selection was AC informed me that I didn't have any shoes that would match, and I told her that I was not wearing square toes because square toes hurt really bad. So when Schwecky picked us up on the way down, we stopped at Famous Footwear there in Liberty, Missouri.
Famous Footwear.
That was our thought process and our selection. So it's pretty much just the only pair that we could find that we thought might look good. So there wasn't many options.
I think my Adrian kind of might have went out on a board on this one here because I mean those kind of have a GQ look about them.
There was some thought process because, and I'm not good with matching, but the belt, the boots, the shirt, it all kind of jives together. He looks good.
Even the hair. If you see the hair, I mean, the hair kind of blends right in with the shoes and belt.
Looking sharp. Kind of matches the red breed, too, a little bit.
Well, he knew he was judging Duroc, so.
Huh. Any idea what age these would be, Todd?
It says here their papers are early August.
Oh, okay. For those of you watching the screen, you could have found that out without me asking.
Well, you got to create content. So.
Now, a few years ago, am I right, they used to have to be Julys. Now they can be Junes?
No,
right?
just July and August.
We used to have to be August. Yeah. Now they can be Julys. Okay.
Yeah, July. We don't. Our friends down south, they show Junes. We haven't went to that extreme yet. So.
And the other breeds, we'll do the Durocs, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, Poland's and Landrace yet tonight?
We have Herfords.
Herfords.
We're staying within the family, the red family. Go to Herfords, and then Landrace, and then we end with the Poland Chinese.
Okay. Start at 8 a.m. tomorrow with the others.
Yep. Berkshires, then Hampshires, Spots, and Yorks tomorrow.
Is the red breed still the biggest?
Typically, yeah. I haven't seen the numbers for tomorrow, but yes, I would think by far the Durocs are always the largest number. It always amazes me, too, how many Durocs there are at all the shows.
Lots of red hogs around the country. Looks like he's going to pin this, replace these 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then maybe drop back out 5 for another round of evaluation.
Obviously, we've listened to you for a couple of days and off and on and selected through there, but it's without saying, great set of Gilt's going to be offered Tuesday.
Oh, gosh. I know everybody's tired of me talking about it that has seen me around the barn or seen me listening on Walton or here in person or whatever it may be, but I can't get my point across enough how good I thought the Cross Gilt show was. And I think there's something for everybody, too. I mean, that sale's going to be fun because there's some all the way down the heck, it'll be the bottom of the sale order, I guess.
And,
when it's all
we
said and
talked
done.
about that too. It's one of those deals, like from you guys' perspective. Even there's certain ones down in there that are unique breeding pieces that are never class winners. And if you're in a class winner, you're not going to be a division winner. And you ain't a division winner, and you win the show. But there's some of them you just lay down in there that are very, very unique.
Oh, absolutely. I know some of those better sows across the country. If you talk to people, they've been bought. Maybe a couple hours even into the sale. Just one man's opinion lining them up, so I could always tell people and encourage to buy the ones you like or buy the piece you need or whatever it may be, because which obviously I haven't really looked at many pedigrees yet on those Gilts, but I'm sure there's a wide variety of options there from a pedigree perspective as well to dig into and get to kind of break down and evaluate.
Right.
It's a nice class of red Gilts here.
Yeah.
Taking his time. And
I think one thing I made mention there at one point, I believe yesterday, and just kind of reiterate, but I think that the show people, families, teachers, helpers, whoever it is, the Gilts today are in better body shape than what that we once seen. I mean, in terms of just body condition.
Yes.
I mean, we're not near as maybe
I think
fat as
we
we
all
took 'em.
probably are a little guilty of went through a couple year stage there, whether it was in the Midwest or here in Oklahoma or Texas, wherever you wanted to go, where we kind of went through a trend there where we were see who could get them the fattest, it seemed like sometimes. And I will say that about the Cross Gilts too, and maybe they knew I didn't like super fat ones, and maybe that had something to do with it, or maybe it didn't. Maybe we're just doing a really good job of getting them fluffy without getting them too much, and I would agree with that. I thought the Cross Gilt show and the few pures that we've seen so far.
But these Gilts here, I mean, those are just fresh, good body. Yep. They look like they fit their size and weight and age of where they need to be.
It's amazing when you do that too, how much better they'll actually move out here, and they're moving good. It's good class.
AC is back. Let's listen to Trav.
It's a real good class, and I think the top trio will come out here and represent a lot of good things in terms of femininity and still combining some power. Of the three, there's one of them that just ties together in terms of stoutness, power, design, build, comfort, and ease. That Gilt comes out right here. This young lady's got, she's the stoutest about her head. She's still the most elegant about her head set on the side profile. She's loose, she's flexible, she's dense. I think a very, very good place to start. A good kind of a gilt that combines a lot of good things in a very competitive drive. The gilt in second, I like a lot of things about this gilt in terms of her density. I like her composition on the side. She's maybe not as neat up in her jaw and her head comparative to our class winner, but I think one that offers some density. Her blade set in her ride. I like her just her immaturity that she's got for this particular weight and age. I think a gilt that's loose enough compared to our class winner, maybe not just naturally as dense, that kind of head carriage, but a very, very good pair of gilts here on the top end. Very attractive gilt in third place in terms of high-headedness and levelness that she's got. A gilt that's really fresh and immature. Probably gets her into a little bit of trouble in this drive in terms of her natural rib shape and body shape compared to our top two. Just lacks a little bit of maturity, but I like her shape. I like her design. I like the way she gets around the ring. She just lacks a little bit in terms of just overall power comparative to our top two. The gilt in third, very interesting piece. Another one. I love this gilt on the side profile in terms of her presence. She comes at you with enough squareness and width. She just gets a little stilty on the way she wants to plant her hip. She doesn't have the overall just movement for me to get out and go. She just wants to swing ever so slightly, just ties up a little bit different in her ham loin, and I think takes that to the ground. But a very well-presented, well-driven kind of a gilt. Like a lot of things about her. If she had just a little more comfort out of her hip, we'd be talking to her a spot or two higher. Next gilt comes out. Well-presented, well-driven kind of a hog. Love her shape, like her density. She just runs out of just bone work. As big as she is up high, just runs out of just feature and structure. But a gilt. High-headed, shapely, fresh, good center body, square, well-presented, well-driven. Just need a shot more structure for me to get her any higher. Next one comes out, similar situation. Dense made kind of a hog there. Just wants to swivel out of her hind leg. I think a barrow maker. I like a lot of things in terms of her shape, her angulation to her shoulders, plenty good enough. She just a little bit different the way she wants to utilize her hip there. Just wants to swivel more than ideal. Next gilt comes out, looks like a fast-growing, dense-made one. Just caves in a little bit at her knee. Not quite as just, not the hardness of shape and muscle a few of the other ones got. Next gilt comes out, just wants to cave in at her knee too much. Like her density, like the shape that she's got in her center body, a little shorter out of her hip compared to some of the other ones. Next gilt comes out, can't quite find her comfort zone in terms of her pastern set and her rear leg. Then we got a powerful, dense made, little moderate kind of a gilt there, just gets a little stilty behind. Good class, extremely good top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place, Neely Pritchard from Weatherford. Second, Reese Armstrong from Skytook. Third, Callie Beagle from Pawnee. Fourth, Colton Rodriguez from Marietta. Fifth, Amy Haymaker from Hennessy. Sixth, Tyson Graham from Waurika. Seventh, Hadley Langston from Turner. Eighth, Bryce Bain from Moore. Ninth, Haley Hicks from Edmond. And 10th, Olivia Guthrie from Vian. Showmanship winner for Class 4 was Neely Pritchard from Weatherford.
Okay, Class 4, we got you some quick results there. Neely Pritchard won that class. Gilt from Weatherford. That gilt's a 312, bred by Goss. I think that's it's a litter mate to that champion that they had there at Denver. Second in the class was Reese Armstrong. It's a main drag, again, from Brett Byers. Third in class was Callan Bagel with a forward, the board there at Winter Livestock, bred by Swinford. Then fifth in that class was Colton Rodriguez. And for whatever reason, we don't have any pedigree information on that one, but we'll try to find that for you. And then in fifth was Amy Haymaker, another one sired by Forward and come from Swinford. But really good class there. Top end of that class was very, very good, I thought, Troy.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see them back out here later and see what makes the sale. I thought that top pair was absolutely incredible, and like you said, depth was still good. 3, 4, 5. There was even a Gilton sixth. Yep. That I think he referred to as being a barrow maker. A little more compact, maybe in a breeding gilt setting, but yeah, good set of those. thought Travis described him very, very well.
We like to give Travis a hard time, but if you really, it's kind of really refreshing. Just sit over here and listen to him talk. I mean, he breaks them down very good, thorough, to the point, yet at the same time, just reads livestock extremely good.
Does a very nice job. Good on the mic, like you said, and obviously he needs. He's very qualified in terms of sorting any breeds as far as that goes, but obviously they specialize in Durocs and have had as much success with the red ones, whether they be ones he's sold or raised or whatever it may be. Boar studs. A boar stud there's obviously got some really good red boars as well, so he knows the ins and outs and everything top to bottom on this red breed, so good to have him here.
I think this is his maybe initial trip. I mean, well, he's done done some
on the Gilt side of things.
Yeah, on the
maybe.
Gilt side, yeah.
Maybe did the Barrows once. You would know before me.
The Barrows, I know that he sifted with Boble one time.
Okay.
I think in 2010. Tate Jackson had the Grand Barrow. 10, 12, right in there. A couple years slipped me right in through there.
Ogle just he just got done. Okay.
Ogle, has he had a smoke break, I wonder?
If not, I bet he wants one.
Crowd has been very good.
It is good. It comes and goes a little bit, but it's been good.
It's amazing the number of people around here, and
yeah, I have no idea how many people would be in here
I
right
don't-
now,
I don't
Todd.
know
But
either.
this is a big building. It's got lots of seating, and there's not a ton of open seats. There's some, obviously, but there's the amount of people just standing down here on the floor would fill all them for sure.
yeah, it would be a sellout crowd.
So we have, I say we, you guys here at the state of Oklahoma have the Purebred Gilts will finish up tomorrow, and then you guys will take a day or two break here, clean the barns out.
Yeah,
and
so
then
we
start
clean
the
everything
Bears.
out. We move everything out of the barn tomorrow, on Friday. Those gilts that actually, all the gilts that make the sale, they will move to the new sale site, and we will actually move them out of here. And then the facility, the pens, everything will be freshened, cleaned, basically stripped down and put back together.
Cool. Good
and we'll
deal.
bring in the Barrows for next week.
And the Bear Show we have, or you guys have Hilty and Korb.
Yeah.
This should be.
Have we heard? We haven't heard from anything out of our good buddy Hilty this week, right?
Yeah, I don't know. He must be practicing up for maybe studying reasons, terms.
What do you think would be a term that he'd interject this week? You think he has a one-line interjecting of new term? Or?
I don't know. Hilty does a really good job judging, but I would say if you talk to him, some of us other people maybe use some stuff that he thinks is kind of stupid, for lack of better terms.
Don't quite fit into the hillbilly.
No, he's just pretty straightforward, and which is good too. I like it. I think some of us can try to get a little too creative sometimes, but it's nice to have a mix.
Thought our buddy Schwecky did a great job. Talk about
Very
to
good.
the point. Picked up the microphone, just right to the point. Here it is, cut and dried. Here's what we're doing.
Yep. Yeah, and I wasn't up here to see a lot of it, obviously, but I heard good things, and I got to watch the last class, and I thought he was efficient, but gave everybody a fair look, and say he's going to do several of them moving forward.
Here comes a stoutie.
Yeah, she's stout, as you alluded to. It's a neat one that he just threw in there, the kid in the green shirt.
So Class 5, we're into these Julys, and I mean they're obviously getting a little bigger and more and mature, and look like July gilts.
Speaking of Schwecky, did you see him back there?
What? He has
Is that
made
why
it
you were
back.
saying those nice words? You
No,
knew he was
I
standing
didn't
behind
know
us?
he was back, but he is here now, eh?
Nothing's wrong. Everything's good here. Nothing,
You-
nothing to
he-
see here.
Did Swaggy leave and go take a nap, or what did
Yeah,
he? Is that what he's back from his nap?
He's
Nap time.
tired.
He have afternoon nap time normally.
Change his shoes, put his slippers on. Kind of wondering where he was going to take us to eat dinner.
Swaggy?
Yeah, I figure he can buy tonight. Go somewhere really nice.
I'd be for eating something pretty nice tonight.
He's buying, I'm getting dessert. Care if I show Swecky your box?
No, what?
This. Just show it to him.
Yeah. I don't just let everybody look inside the box.
They named the donuts.
So see if you can identify them, you know, I mean, like pinpoint them.
For sure understand which one's that.
Yeah.
Green hole.
The problem is, if you want to show and tell everybody this stuff, how do you eat it? If it's
Well, I'm waiting
saving
to
it.
see. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see who. I'm trying to figure out which one to bite into first.
It's like you got some options. Was there 2 boxes up here earlier? I looked up. I thought I saw 2. Oh, you ate one. Okay. That was just this morning, I
yeah,
think.
but we actually used some of the donut holes for prizes for some of the questions that we ask, and then when people come by. And
that's a good idea.
So you come by and we throw a donut hole at them.
I don't like that.
We actually threw a couple of donut holes at Swecky, but
You
missed.
could have rigged up like a little slide from here down to the ring. You could slide the judge like a little treat for doing a good, if they do a good job.
We didn't need it, I guess.
Didn't need it on the cross gilts. Looks like he's got 8 of them thrown back here, so a couple more pins to fill. Looks like there's 2 or 3 more coming up the hill.
What?
I do like the shoes.
Smooth.
What brand are they?
Yeah, I like it.
Are they? What brand? She's ignoring me.
Yeah. It is pretty cool, though. You get to see Adrian come, make the trip, like AC come with you and all. I mean, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, I haven't been here long. Haven't really done anything super exciting, but it's been kind of fun to get away and see some of you Southern folk.
Yeah, since we don't get to see much of each other there in the fall, particularly summer and fall. I mean,
Yeah, another 4 months, we'll be ready to never see each other again. It'll be every weekend. Schwecky told me that on the way down. He said we start selling like fall pig, like summer or whatever you want to call them, in 4 months. He said we'll be going to Texas. 4 months. So we just got back from there, I feel like. For those of you guys tuning in, if you haven't been here, they kind of mix up. It's totally random on kind of how they bring them up to the hill. So, there may be a pig coming out of the first hole that unfortunately goes the other direction and ends up down in 7th or 8th, or there might be one down in 10th even that could be one of his personal favorites. It's just kind of how they come up the hill. So it's a little bit random here for those of you guys that might see some of that going on, or I know it's supposed to be random anyway, and I'm pretty sure they just kind of mix up the pins down there, so kind of avoids everybody trying to come in at the same time. You pull 11 back, it looks like, in this particular class. For most of these classes, Todd, are they 50? Roughly?
Yeah, they roughly.
Just roughly 50 in a
like
class?
this class here has 51.
Okay.
Seen a class there just a moment ago at 63.
Looking like Ogle's maybe sending 20 or 25 to up here, and then Travis will get them whittled down to 10 and 10 or 11, 12, somewhere in there. Work through them.
Makes it about nice for the ring and a ring size. I mean,
very good. Yeah, I don't think you'd want 50 up here.
No, we've had 50 before. We've had a few judges that went ahead and swung the gate and let 50 come. It's way better working it, with some efficiency. It's a big, stout, burly one this young man has.
Another really good class, and I think our top trio, we got differences, and I'm fine with that. The three quality hogs find their way to the top trio, and with that said, there's one of them that's the loosest, it's a flexless, the most flex and ease off both ends of her skeleton. Young man's going to win the class, and I think does so. Presence, design, head and neck, comfort level, squareness coming and going. She matches everywhere. Well presented, well driven kind of a gilt, just a no holes kind of a hog that maybe doesn't overwhelm you anywhere. Looks like a female. Loose, flexible, square, very well presented gilt to win the drive. The gilt in second over there, the young lady's got some out there pieces, and man, this gilt here is one that is so dense in her skeleton, yet she's really square out of her hip and hind leg. She's got more shape and muscle than our class winner does, and I do appreciate a lot of things about her. If we could crack her open at her knee and square her up, she's our class winner. But for me, she just naturally a little upright right there. She wants to just close at her knee. But a gilt, I love her shape. I love her muscle. I like her head. I like her design. This gilt here, if she came at me wider, we got a lights out one there. Just for me, we want to correct her knee ever so slightly. Like this gilt's power. She's the densest in the class of our top trio. Natural, more muscle shape, and center body's awfully good. She's just a little past her prime in terms of condition. Need to clean her cheek up a little bit there, maybe just outwards on her skeleton behind. But in terms of just natural density and power, really appreciate that gilt. High quality, just maybe a little bit past her prime. Next gilt comes out very similar in terms of offers some length aside, good set up front, good angulation. Maybe runs out of structure comparative to a few of them above. Gilt that just for me, at times got a little bit easier there in her top line, but a good looking, balanced kind of a gilt. Just for me, just maybe not the comfort level in terms of top line as a few of the other ones. Very intriguing gilt in terms of chest width coming at you. Shape and muscle is her advantage. For me, she's too stilty out of her hind leg. Just naturally wants to shovel out of her hind leg and twist, but I do appreciate her muscle shape she's got. Well presented, well driven, high-headed kind of a hog there. Just wants to twist more than ideal for me out of her hip and hind leg. Man, this one's intriguing. I like this gilt. I would breed her in a heartbeat because she looks like one that could generate some barrows. Her set and angulation's right up front. She's stout about her head. She's got muscle. She just lacks condition. She lacks just a maturity compared to some of the other ones. But in terms of breeding value, that gilt there offers shape, muscle, density. Maybe at times she's a little bit stilty out of her hind leg, but I thought her bone and natural just stoutness that she's got needed to grant her a pin here in the top 6. Next gilt comes out. Offers moderation, center body, density, gets a little smaller statured for me. She wants to twist out of her hind leg, maybe push a little more condition for her particular frame size. Next gilt's opposite side of things. Offers the frame, offers the dimension from the side, wants to close at her knee. We get right behind her. She lacks a little bit in terms of just bone work compared to some of the other ones. Well presented, well driven gilt. Young man does an awesome job there. That gilt gives you a nice look on the side. Just need to see a little bit more power. This gilt here gets a little easier in her top. Not quite the shape I like to see. Looks like going to be a good kind of a sow. Similar deal here, a little plainer about her head. Maybe just wants to swivel out of her hind leg. We finish up with a high-headed, level-built gilt. Runs out of bone work. Good class, good top trio. Congratulations to them. Let's give a nice round of applause.
Here we go. We'll give you some results here out of Class 5. That gilt that won the class would be Tucker Bloodworth's gilt, sired by Fat Guy. I don't know much about that, but I love the name.
They named that after you? Or?
Fat Guy. I don't know. All-Star Genetics raised that one. Second in class was Avon Heaton with a Brute, raised by Heaton. Third in that class was Austin Wood with a Big Chief from Mostaller.
That's the boy they named after you.
Kimley Clater was fourth in that class with a Branded and another one by Byers. Fun fact, do you realize we have called Byers' name every class of the Duroc show? So
yeah, he's I don't follow the Reds, but it looks like to me he's probably always going to have one in the hunt.
He's the premier breeder of the Durocs.
Pretty impressive.
Unless somebody comes in here and has all 5 in the next class, he will have had the most.
Yeah.
So, good class of Reds there. So those of you that are watching, just stay tuned. We'll move into Class 6. This will be the final class of Durocs. And then we'll go through our top 5 and then preliminary sale order.
Now that I'm up here, Todd, they cut us off there. Thought we were getting ready to say something inappropriate, I guess. But I just can you explain to everyone that's tuning in about maybe the food and treat situation up here, so maybe we could – or I could reap the benefits because you have been for 2 days now, and I haven't got to.
So what happened is, those of you that followed around on social media, I put a post out the other day that we were using this time as part of our state championship in food competition, and so anybody that was out there, whether they wanted to come along, they could bring us food. We would do it for samples, and we'd tell a little bit about everything. So that's where it started, and then it has just escalated into a whole – it just went way beyond probably what we thought.
People bringing donuts and cookies and Chex Mix and candies.
Yes. Now, I will tell you, I am thoroughly excited about Monday afternoon because there's a lady that has already called. She's coming from northeast Oklahoma, and she is bringing a corn dip.
Ooh.
And she said that it was corn, rotel, cream cheese, and then she puts Wagyu beef in there. And she wanted to know if I wanted it with chips or if I wanted it with crackers.
Chips.
So I went with the chips.
Yeah.
I just told her, whatever makes it easier on you is fine, but I'll be happy to try it. And I'll tell, and I'll be.
What are the chips that are already made in the little
scoop?
The
little bowls. That's what my wife buys, the scoops.
Yeah.
I like that.
I
wish they'd make bigger scoops, though, because some of those are little. And if they crack, they're not big enough to hold nothing.
To hold back out, yeah. I would say that lady might be on the inside tract.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to tell you, you was judging yesterday, but
the pie
that Brittany brought, that butterscotch, there's still a piece of it there. I tell you what,
Schwecky's down there.
Schwecky's over there. He's got his finger in that pie right now. I mean, he has put his finger in that pie. And I'm telling you, that pie is very, very good. That's Brittany's butterscotch. Isn't it butter? I think she wrote on top of it.
Could have at least used a plate.
Yeah, Butterfinger cake. That was what it is. Oh, my God. You've never tasted anything like that.
Me and Schweck didn't have any lunch. Maybe we can just make that work.
Yeah, there's some plates right there, Schweck. I mean, you can see there's plates. See, that's what's so beauty about this. I mean, the people bring you plates. They bring you napkins, everything. It's
you have any that have shared their recipes yet?
No, that's all confidential. We will. What we may do is, if we have a winner, we may go ahead and, ask for that then.
Got Jack fronted this Gilt too.
Guy Ogle, he's up from the dungeon. He's already made his way up.
Oh, he looks excited to be on the hill.
So anyway, does that kind of give you a little insight?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I was hoping maybe it antagonized some more people to bring.
So we talked this morning, and
I didn't have any lunch. So
this sounds real bad, but we went ahead, and I told him, I said, it's no different than these judges. I mean, we're handling this situation no different than you guys did in the ring. So we talked positives and then things that need to be improved.
Oh, absolutely.
I had a strawberry cookie yesterday. Have you ever had a strawberry cookie? I had one yesterday. First time I've ever had. I'm just going to tell you that was not real tasteful for me.
It's not for you.
No, and I told the lady, I mean, hey, I'm sure you're great at your strawberry cookies, but that was not good for me.
It's not for Todd.
Nope, I am not a strawberry cookie guy, and it just didn't work. But
you know, it's kind of like talking on the mic though out there in the ring sometimes, Todd. You got to stay positive.
yeah, well, I tried to. I just told her, don't thank you, but give it to somebody else because I cannot handle that. And then there was some of them. Have you ever had those clusters that they put the peanut butter with the frosted flakes,
Yes.
you know, and they put clusters?
And then they heat it all, melt it all together.
I'm pretty good. My wife makes those, and I like those. But the lady yesterday put cayenne pepper on hers.
Ooh.
And I about spit the cluster all the way out in the ring because I wasn't ready for the cayenne pepper to be on there.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
You do the 4-H cooking
No, we
contest?
don't have that, but I would be good at that.
You would be
I
good.
try to sign up for all those barbecue cook-off
contests.
I try to do I'll never get selected.
Well, it's probably because you're too critical. You'd be spitting food out. Nobody'd come back the next year.
No. Last class of Durocs.
Yeah, we were actually blown through these, or not blown through them, but they've been pretty efficient on these Red Hogs. In 6 classes, that's a lot of gilts. 300 gilts to go through? If it's 50?
No.
My math's right.
I can tell you.
Oh, you're going to get
that
exact.
number was, I think, 321 is
321.
what it would be.
The Reds.
Yeah.
Again, you talked earlier about just body condition, where they're at from a flesh perspective. Even though we're in this last class, older gilts, they're still, for the most part, pretty in check in that regard.
Real good way to finish up our last class of these red gilts. And we've got differences out here in our top trio. Powerhouse gilt wins the drive. She's the powerful one, the heavy structured one, the tall fronted, the big ring kind of gilt that's still the heaviest structured, well driven, well presented, and still fresh for her age and her design that she's got from the side, opened up with shape and muscle and squareness, flexible hind leg, looks like a lady, but the dense stout one at the same time. I think an easy place to start in a competitive kind of a class. The gilt on the far side is one that she's the darkest heighted Duroc I've ever seen, and I think that's not really why she's up here, but that is a gilt that is very, very dark pigmented, but her design and her skeleton I like second best in this class. She is a high-headed, shapely kind of a gilt, very striking on the side. Love her dimension, her freshness that she's got. She lacks a little bit of density comparative to our class winner. I still think she's heavy enough in her structure. She needs maybe opened up a little bit at her stifle comparative, but a very well presented, high-headed, good-looking kind of a gilt. Really appreciate that gilt's femininity and her natural shape and freshness that she's got. Awesome gilt in terms of the way she's presented and driven. The young lady's she's got the moderate power gilt, a gilt of the top three. Maybe gets a nickel easier in her top line, maybe a little outright in her elbow, but in terms of shape and dimension, center body, I like this gilt's just a power that she's got. Maybe not quite the elegance and look up on her front end compared to the top two, but a well-driven gilt there in the third hole. Fourth place gilt, like that gilt's density, like her stoutness. She's a little rounder out of her hip and maybe wants to compensate the longer the drive goes on, maybe pick her front feet up, but in terms of density and stoutness, like a lot of things about this one here, her head and neck carriage maybe got her in a little bit of trouble, maybe maturity got into a little bit at the same time, but in terms of shape and muscle, a gilt you do have to appreciate the structure that she's got there in terms of bone work. Bigger kind of a gilt here that comes out next, comes at you with some chest and width. She's a little stiltier the longer the drive goes on, out of her hip and hind leg. I like the shape that she's got in terms of her muscle up top, but for me, she's a little flatter in her body for as big as she is, but in terms of density, like some things about that particular hog. Next gilt comes out, another one, well presented, high-headed, level square in her design. I like that gilt's shape and dimension that she's got. For me, she's maybe just a little stiltier, more out of her right hind leg. She gets a little straighter from hock to ground, maybe push her shoulder back, but in terms of shape, look, design, probably one of the more attractive gilts within this drive, but for me, push her shoulder back, give her a shot more comfort. This gilt here, a little stiltier off both ends of her skeleton, like her tail set and like her levelness that she does have, just runs out of power there. She wants to hook her left hind leg, and as she goes right away, what got her into trouble. Next gilt out. High-headed, level square, need to see a shot more power for this particular age. Next gilt offers more moderation and power. Just need to see her open up as she comes right at you. Give her a shot more structure and bone work as she leaves. Next gilt, clean her ham loin up a little bit. Great way, great trio to finish this drive. Congratulations. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause in our final class of Reds.
Good class to end there. Your class winner there is Gabby Todd. It'd be an inside trader with out of a green bottle sow. Comes from the Blaine Olson Farms. Congratulations, Christy. Second in that class, Hannah Hinkle with a Disruption, bred by Morningstar. Farrah Dupree was third in that class with a Statement Day, bred by Don R. Smith. Fourth in that class was Kennedy Clark. That was a forward. Forward from Winter Livestock. And fifth in that class is Kirsten Norton with a Set the Curve from Smith Farms.
Yeah, that was a good way to end the Red Show. Again, probably don't know, dang sure don't know as much about Reds as these guys sorting them, but man, I thought they've been good, and like I think you mentioned this earlier, but just a little more just comfortable and better probably in terms of their build as maybe some of the have been in that breed just as a whole the last few years.
Yeah, we said that, and when you show to Travis, you better bring that, and I think people obviously you can want to, but they got to be there, and I think that's commendable because there's a very good set of gilts here that look like they're good built, they're well built, they're sound, functional, and get around the ring good. And we can't say that all the time with the Duroc breed.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll line these 6 class winners up here and drop them 6 out. See what these 2 gentlemen have to say about them and what direction they want to go. But I think they should have a nice selection here to choose from class winners.
I'd say we'll probably pick 12 to 15 of these maybe for preliminary.
I would say that would be good to have some options in a breed here that there's a bunch of sows across the country, obviously.
$12 to $15. 12.
These guys judging probably a little smarter than I was. I think I stood in front of the camera and blocked the view several times.
We actually talked about that. That was one of your better views, though. There, we just kind of seen you there in the back of your jacket, and
where he didn't have to see my face or anything like that, or hear me talk.
They don't have as much light shining off their head as what you had off yours, though.
Must have less stress in their life. For as much as I talk hair, I don't have much.
Just looking at their sheets laying out in front of us here, Brett Byers does win. He's the premier breeder of this year's show, looks like, just in terms of our numbers. Not that we officially total that or anything by no means, but we can just make comments of that. If
This
you look
is
at
a
all the
nice
sheets,
little,
I
like
mean,
you're keeping score here. Like
you
got
like that?
It's really good.
Designed it myself.
Did you have that for the crosses?
Yes.
Huh. Who got the premier breeder there?
Probably depending on what division. We just kind of did different rules.
Never really calculated.
Didn't calculate it.
Huh.
But I hear, just from hearsay, there's a guy that I spend a lot of time with, my son, that is actually putting him a program together that is going to trace a lot of those kind of things.
That'd be neat. You could almost combine stuff throughout the whole year,
That's what
several
I
shows.
think you ought to talk to him about that.
Kennedy Ventures could sponsor like a little traveling trophy.
He's kind of got him a little deal going. He's been playing with. So our class winner coming out of Class 1, the Daisy Prince. That was the class that Born This Way was first, second, and third. Class 2 winner was our good friend Rhett Seitz. Congratulations to Rhett, Ryan, and Wendy. That is a King Boss Motivation from Danner Livestock. Third class winner was Paisley Collins. Paisley's Gilt is a Disruption from HC Livestock. Our Class 4 winner was Neely Pritchard. That gilt is sired by 312. That was the gilt bred by Goss. We made mention she's a littermate to that champion at Denver. And then winning Class 5 would be Tucker Bloodsworth, sired by Fat Guy, bred by All Star.
Should be one more.
And then winning the last and final class, Gabby Todd with an Inside Trader trading. Green Bottles, bred by Olson Farms. Ogle's made his way up.
It looks like these guys are going to take some time and make sure they're on the same page and use the one they like best. This is some neat stuff out here.
Yeah.
Again, all for the most part, I mean, you could, I guess I'd probably say it on the mic too, but you could tweak them all in an area or two, I suppose. But as a whole, as we expected with Travis, they're good looking, they're good built, good structured as a whole.
Well, the thing about it is too is we could find criticism and critiques and about anything that we wanted to and to talk about, but again, staying with the positives on so many of them, that's what's remarkable. Here he is.
Let's give it up for our 6 class winners out here driving for your champion, Red Gilt 2024 OYE. It's been a tremendous show, our second breed of the day. It's had a strong start. Each class, I thought, had a handle on it. And I told Ogle before he got in here, he didn't get to see every class winner. I said, I think all 6 of these Gilts are going to look pretty similar in terms of bringing us the type and kind. Not always does it work that way in terms of having the design Gilts that had enough of everything. We talked them all within. I talked them all within the class. Very, very pleased with the Duroc show. I think it's been tremendous. I think Gilts as a whole, they've got the power, they've got the dimension, but they still got the look. And Ogle comes over. He gets to see some of these for the first time. We think it comes down to a pair of them. Like all 6 of them a lot in terms of having a high quality. There's 2 of them that look similar, and those are the 2 that suit us best. We think there's one of them a little better up in her neck. I think she ties into her blade, and in terms of just squareness all the way through. Tremendous red show. The best one out of the last class. Congratulations, young lady.
Yeah, very good Gilt there. Gabby Todd with an Insider Trading, Green Bottles. Congratulations, Olson Farms there in Illinois.
Yeah, Gilt's just absolutely impeccable from the side in terms of combining some stoutness. A bigger Gilt that is still fresh. Yeah. Very, very nice.
Her outline's really good.
The one that follows the type and kind. We thought it was very close. A Gilt that I talked very highly in class. Didn't show my cards. I talked the 2 we liked the best, and I think a Gilt that's similar in terms of her femininity. She's big enough in her type and kind. She won a competitive class in terms of looking like a female, still stout, dense, great in her angulation and set to her shoulder. Really good kind of a Gilt to be reserved. Congratulations, Class 4. This young lady right here has got a reserve.
I remember that class. That was maybe when I just walked up here. There's going to be a good second place one coming behind that one, and even some depth in that class. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more out of that class make the sale.
That's Neely Pritchard. That Gilt would be a 312 and bred by Goss.
Congratulations to Olson and Goss.
That brings in Reese Armstrong.
This Gilt's nice too.
We'll stay with you here and talk with you as we did the other breeds for about the first 5 selections. These will be the ones that will be guaranteed in the sale, and then you can watch the remainers.
For third, there's another one that, in terms of design, balance, greatly presented kind of a Gilt. Maybe just didn't have the out there pieces or as much overall, but a Gilt that we love in terms of fundamentals, feet and lace. Young man right here is third overall. Congratulations.
Yeah, that third overall is Tucker Bloodsworth. That Gilt is sired by Fat Guy and bred by All-Star.
That's a nice Gilt. Not to just keep repeating what these guys said, but really good in terms of fundamentals and structure.
That brings in Avon Heaton with a Gilt sired by Brute.
Size and age, probably as dense skeleton as you can get one. Like her shape, maybe just lacks a little bit of maturity. Class 1's our 4th favorite. Congratulations.
Tell you what, that was a very good class, Class 1 there. That's Daisy Prince. That is a Born This Way, bred by Christian Berry. So congratulations to Seaberry. That lets in Reagan Biggershelf Again with another one bred by Born This Way, bred by Cooper Phillips.
There's another one, and then we'll shake hands after that. For 5th overall, another one, design, balance. Maybe didn't have quite the stifle muscle, but in terms of presence, looks like a female. Young lady that was 2nd to the reserve right there is going to be our 5th out. Congratulations.
Yeah, 5th out is Reese Armstrong Gilt that I know several of us up here like too, and a great deal. And that one's sired by Main Drag and bred by Brett Byers.
Yeah, that was again another very good class. Dropped that 3rd out of that particular class, and she could fit right in this mix very comfortably, I think.
So that'll wrap up the discussion we'll have for you here during the Duroc show. You're welcome to watch the next remaining amounts selected, whether it's 12 to 15 of these for preliminary orders, and then we'll be back with you here momentarily. Thank you.
Collins from Banos. Grace Lee Huff should make it to the ring. Bailey Weeks will be on deck for Class 3. Our 8th selection comes from Class 5. That's Avon Heaton from Alva. We need Austin Wood in the ring. Kenley Clater, you're on deck for Class 5. Our 9th place gilt comes from Class 1. That's Reagan Biggerstaff from Anadarko. Emma Throckmorton from Marlow, you're in the ring. Boone Mosteller from Fort Gibson, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 10th selection comes from Class 2. That's Rosalind Smith from Westville. That'll bring Cambry Dosh from Colbert to the ring. Mason Drees, you're on deck for Class 2. Eleventh Duroc comes from Class 1. That's Emma Throckmorton from Marlow. We need Boone Mosteller from Fort Gibson in the ring. Alyssa Moore, you're on deck for Class 1. Number 12 comes from Class 2. That's Cambry Dosh from Colbert. We need Mason Drees in the ring. Tristan Martin, you're on deck for Class 2. Number 13 comes from Class 3. That's Grace Lee Huff from Moss. We need Bailey Weeks from Meeker in the ring. Lexi Wood, you're on deck for Class 3. Fourteenth selection comes from Class 6. That's Hannah Hinkle from Yukon. We need Farrah Dupree from Porter in the ring. Kennedy Clark, you're on deck for 6. Our 15th selection comes from Class 1. That's Boone Mosteller from Fort Gibson. Alyssa Moore, we need you in the ring. Alyssa Moore from Blair. We need your Class 1 5th place Duroc in the show ring. Our 16th and final selection for the Duroc sale lineup comes from Class 3. That's Bailey Weeks from Meeker. Congratulations to our Duroc exhibitors.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. reliable as peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable. Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan. There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
my list of things I didn't expect to see today here. This top pair of Herford Gilts are very, very good. Between the two, there's some give and take, but these two hit you hard initially coming out of the back, and then they come back out, and these two just roll, roll, roll. Between this particular pair, you get to study them. I think there's subtle differences. I'm not going to beat either one of them up. Between the two, rather simply, I think there's one that's got more feature, more foot, comes at you square up front, watch her go away from you. She's incredible in her pin set and how square she is and takes that advantage of the ground. Young man's gilt right here will be my class winner. Young lady, your gilt that's second is extremely good. For this breed and how edgy this thing is from a muscle standpoint, just muscle pattern standpoint, I dig. This thing's different as far as how its back's rolled up. This one's a little more attractive through its front end than my class winner. This one's not quite as square coming right at me. As far as its front feet, big chest, cool look, cool shape. And then again, when you take it to the ground, she wants to get a little on her outside of her right rear toe. Nitpicky, extremely high quality pair. Young man coming out next in third, you just got caught behind a couple of buzz saws. You find yourself in third, similar things that I like about this one. In second, different muscle pattern, edgier, square up high, bolder upper skeleton, take him to the ground or take her to the ground, a little added feature and bone. Blade back, I like this young man's lighter colored gilt coming out next. Big arm, big bladed, big centered. She's a gilt that's just carrying a little more there from blade forward. Gets to be a little more compact, a little heavier there in her jowl and front end. Young lady's gilt coming out next in five is one that is a little more attractive, a little more feminine. She's a gilt that has a little more turn to her muscle pattern. She's a gilt that also wants to round back through her rump just a little, gives a little on her front pastern. 6 and 7 and 8 are all gilts that guys can kind of let out. These are big, powerful, wide-chested gilts that all started to break down on me structurally. Really nice class. The Herefords without halters here in this first drive. Really nice ones.
Winners from our first class of Herford Gilts. First place, Hudson Long, Dibble. Second, Lakin Abbott from Yale. Third, Aiden Johnson from Mustang. Aiden was also our showmanship winner. Fourth, John White Pieper from Hera. Fifth, J.C. Underwood from Midway. Sixth, Ross Kelly from Newkirk. Seventh, Ainsley Barks from Grady County. Eighth, Riley Furr from Blanchard. Ninth, Lucas Bryant from Jinx. And 10th, Cash Collins from Vian. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused. Maddie Carney from Hobart. We've got your Herford papers here. You must have dropped them back in the sifter area. Got them here at the announcer stand if you want them.
Here in the second class of Herfs, a young lady here in the center of the ring with the green shirt and dark glasses wins this class for me. Up here in the top end of this particular bunch, this is a gilt that combines a heaviness of structure and look and just show ring appeal and presence. And it's steady in between those two, between her and the second place gilt. Again, I think she has a little more eye appeal. I think she's a little just fresher in her overall appearance. She has an advantage there when you take her to the ground as a standpoint of foot size, and she's as stable as any structurally. Young man's second place gilt here is one that's a little more elevated, bigger package than the gilt that wins this particular drive. This is a big old chested gilt. This is another one that has quite a bit to the center part of her body. She's a gilt that at times maybe wants to camp him underneath just a nickel. I'd like to see her flex a little further back when on the move, not as edgy up high from a standpoint of muscularity. Young man's gilt coming out next. If you just watch this one come at you and from the side, this is one you like. Big square chest, big arm, fresh, shapely back. You get behind it and take that one to the ground, and she wants to get a little too much pressure on both outside of her toes and give out in her hock a little. Young lady here in fourth is a more secure hind-legged one than the one ahead of her. Really good elevation from the side. Flexibility is good. High-quality underline. A gilt that when you start studying her in comparison up here in the top end, this is a gilt that gets to be just a little more fragile in her makeup. I'd like to stouten her up there a little bit in her knee and ankle and take her to the ground with more just foot and substance. This young lady's gilt has that advantage. This one there here looks like a brood sow, a big hind leg, a big arm, big blade. From a standpoint of show ring, maybe just a little closer to the sow pin than the show ring from her blade forward there. Just a little more advanced skeletally, not quite as eye appealing. We round out this class here. We kind of get into a cluster of gilts from like 5th through 8th. That started to wear down on me. They get too short stepping behind, want to round up underneath themselves. And then two gilts that round out here in this particular class are gilts that are sounder and more secure. They're gilts that get to be just a little plainer and rounder in their overall makeup.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
5th, Hadley Mayfield from Dibble. 6th, Landon Chester from Cherokee County. 7th, Connor Wallace from Blanchard. 8th, Hake Harrell from Minko. 9th, Lily Jo Stewart from Ringwood. And 10th, R.J. Price from Dibble. Sydney Prince was our showmanship winner for that class as well. We're ready to select our champion in reserve, Herford Gilt. The winner in Class 1 was Hudson Long from Dibble. And the winner in Class 2, Sydney Prince from Garber.
Well, let's put your hands together for these Herford class winners in the top end here. Both classes extremely, extremely good. Bring out both of these class winners, and again, you can see the quality, how deep it is with this pair of gilts. However, again, Travis and I are kind of, no need to drag it out. We think there's one out here that just brings some extras to the table, just kind of next level stuff as far as elevation, look, soundness, heaviness of structure. Young man's gilt here will be champion.
Champion Herford comes from Class 1. That's Hudson Long from Dibble. We need Lakin Abbott in the ring, show for reserve. Remember, our champion reserve will be pinned over here to take a DNA sample. We need a parent to be with your exhibitor at that time. So we'll need a couple of parents over here to help us get those DNA samples.
Young lady brings her second place gilt in here and becomes an immediate contender. The gilt that wins the second class has a little more bone and foot when you take her to the ground. However, what separates the pair for me is I think there's one that's got more look. I think there's one that's got more bend and give and more flex to her rear hock. Young lady, your second place gilt will be reserved.
A reserve champion, Herford Gilt, comes from Class 1. That's Lakin Abbott from Yale. We need Aiden Johnson from Mustang in the ring. John Wyatt Pieper from Harry, you're on deck from Class 1. Our third selection comes from Class 2. That's Sidney Prince from Garber. We need Riley Furr in the ring. Orion McFadden, you're on deck for Class 2. Our fourth Hereford comes from Class 2. That's Riley Furr from Blanchard. We need Orion McFadden in the ring. Harley Boley from Perry, you're on deck for Class 2. Our fifth selection comes from Class 1. That's Aiden Johnson from Mustang. John Wyatt Pieper from Harrow. We need you in the ring. J.C. Underwood, you're on deck for Class 1. Sixth Hereford Gilt comes from Class 1. That's John Wyatt Pieper from Harrow. That'll bring J.C. Underwood to the ring. Ross Kelly, you're on deck from 1. Our seventh selection comes from Class 1. That's J.C. Underwood from Midway. We need Ross Kelly in the ring. Ross Kelly, Newkirk. We need your 6th place Class 1 Herford Gilt in the show ring to show for sale lineup. Our 8th and final selection in the Herford lineup comes from Class 2. That's Ryan McFadden from Texoma. Congratulations to our Herford exhibitors. Let's bring those Landrace Gilts to the SIFT, please. Landrace Gilts to the SIFT.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
a single class like this, we won't, of course, have a sale lineup. A couple of these gilts will be guaranteed slots in the sale. We do still need to collect a DNA sample from our class winner / champion and reserve. Need to get to, we'll also need their pedigrees. So if you happen to win this class or second, you'll need to have a parent over here at the scale pen so we can pull a little hair.
Incredible, good Landrace class here. Let's give all our Landrace exhibitors a big round of applause. I know numbers aren't huge, but man, Ogle said they were going to be good coming in, and this top 10 are very, very deep. Commend the breeders and the kids showing them. I think it's a great depth of quality of show. And with that said, there's one of them that I think is incredibly good, regardless of breed. Tall fronted, square shape, muscle, sound. You got our champion right here. Congratulations. Let's give this young man a big round of applause. Got a tremendous kind of a gilt. She balances up. She's the power hog. She's the design hog. Puts a lot of neat things together. I think a very, very good kind of a Landrace gilt. Differences, probably size, age, maturity between reserve and third. One of them just has a shot more everywhere. I think she's naturally the pounds bigger, but she is a heavier skeleton all the way through. Right here's going to bear reserve. Let's give this young man a big round of applause. Yeah, that gilt there is awesome in terms of her set and angulation to her blade. She's very heavy bone. She's loose. She's flexible. She's square behind. comparative to our champion, maybe not as crisp up on the top side, but man, that one is very, very heavy structured, awesome build. Probably a younger, more immature gilt here in third. Her skeleton is incredibly good. She's attractive, she's tall fronted, level, square, correct. Great in terms of her shape and muscle. Maybe just runs out of structure, probably runs out a little bit of maturity here, but that is a great skeleton, well conditioned, well driven kind of a gilt there in third. Very, very good kind of pick. Young man does an awesome job driving our fourth place hog. Probably as intense as we've seen today. I like that. That gilt is very stout about her head. She's got great feature and bone work. Comparative to the top three, she's maybe not as good up in her neck, maybe a little more traditional there in the Landrace deal, but mobility, squareness, center body, great presented kind of a gilt at the same time. Maybe just head and neck, natural shoulder set, not quite as good, but a tremendous kind of a gilt in a very, very competitive class for your fourth overall Landrace. Fifth overall Landrace here is one that's got shape, dimension, power, heaviness of structure. Wants to roll up in her pole a little bit there, but in terms of bone work, probably one of the heavier structure ones in our top five. Our sixth place one comes out. Young man does an awesome job. Greatly presented gilt. Got a great look from the side. Maybe gets a little steeper out of her hip compared to a few of the other ones. Great condition, great center body, mass and power. A strong pastern kind of a gilt with that. Very unique breeding piece comes out next. A barrel maker, shape, muscle, power. Can't quite find that gilt's comfort level out of her front shoulder. Wants to compensate behind, but she is tremendously heavy skeleton, great shape, great muscle, nice kind of a gilt. Just wish she'd cooperate a little bit better. More of a traditional Landrace on the side, tall fronted, just runs out of bone work there. A big dents, a easy conditioning kind of a gilt there. Need to have just a shot more look from the side, but does a great job, the young man right here. Next one comes out, just fix her knee a little bit. Thought she was sounder than a few of the other ones. Good class, extremely good top end. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Champion Landrace exhibited by Braxton Willis from Caney Valley. Reserve champion Devlin Cartmel from Kremlin Hilldale. Third, Connor Imhoff from Prague. Fourth, Tabor Winter from El Reno. Fifth, Cody Castle from Perkins. Sixth, Joseph Hammonds from Clinton. Seventh, McKinley Montgomery from Kellyville. Eighth, Riley Halford from Bristow. Ninth, Hinder Sanner from Velma Elma. And 10th, Hayden Day from Caddo. Our showmanship winner was Cody Castle from Perkins. I expect that many of you Gilt exhibitors are getting close to the end of your time here for the Gilt show. And keep in mind a couple of things that you've been asked to do and for some biosecurity procedures and whatnot. If you're done showing your Gilts here, then the expectation is that you'll push your shavings from your pens out to the center aisles. The second thing that you're supposed to do, if you're going to leave your tack and panels and things like that for barras that are coming in later, you're supposed to put all of that stuff in a pen or a stall rather than leave them out on the end caps or out in the aisles. The whole point of this is so that the fairgrounds crew can come in here in the couple of days between Gilts and barras and get all the shavings out. If you leave your war camps out in the middle of the aisle, we can't drive the equipment through the arenas, the alleys and rows to get that done. So clean out your pens if you're done with your Gilts. And if you're bringing hogs back to the same area for the barra show, then put your tack in one of your cleaned out pens so that we can do an adequate job of removing the shavings and sanitizing as best we can between the two shows. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused. Judges have mentioned it when they've talked different parts of the show, but I want to take a minute and thank the students and administration at Eastern Oklahoma State University down at Wilburton that's worked most of the spots back of the house. They've done an excellent job of getting animals through the sift, into the ring, and most importantly, they've done a great job of keeping our sale order lineups working flawlessly. Please help me thank our students in the back of the house from Eastern.
Here in the first class of Poland's, the young man directly in front of me needs to win this class. This is one that hits you hard initially when she comes out of the gate there. Extremely square-chested, extremely good there at the ground from a standpoint of build, and heaviness of structure is really good. You step off to the side, and this is a gilt that gets out and goes. Her length of hip and how she blends from loin to shoulder makes her an outlier in this particular class and a logical class winner, in my opinion. Second and third become the more challenging pair for me in this particular class. I used the young man's gilt here in front of me. I think from a standpoint of look, shape, muscularity up high, matches my class winner the best. This one also has a really good feature when you take her to the ground. When this third place one comes out, where this gilt separates herself is the angle to her shoulder and how it's laid into her front end. That's where I'd change the gilt in third. She spends a lot of time with her head down in this particular jive. It's because she needs to be set back in her blade from a standpoint of true width and skeletal width and chest floor. This one's as good as any in this class. You get on top of her, there's a tremendous amount of spread to this gilt up high, a gilt that's got some very, very unique pieces. I wish she'd just get out and go and rock that front end back a little bit to break into that top pair. This gilt in fourth can motor. This one's built good at the ground. She's as good in her design as any. She's a gilt that gets to be a little shorter statured there up in her cannon bone when you study her in relation to the top end. She's a gilt that's got enough bone. She's good bone. She isn't as heavy structured as some above her. This one's squareness, build, and design makes her very valuable. The gilt coming out next from blade back, I like. From blade forward, again, I think this is one that's a little upright. She's gets to be a little cresty and sowy there in the pull of her neck. It's a gilt, though, that you like when you get behind her. This one's got a really big hind leg. There's a lot of product in this gilt, and she can still get out and go. Change her front end, blade forward, set her back in her shoulder, change her look there in her pull, but some neat pieces. Young lady's gilt coming out next is more eye-appealing, more attractive and feminine there from the side. She's a gilt that's extremely sound and flexible. This is a gilt to me that got to be just a little plainer and less descript up in my top end. Young lady's gilt coming out next did everything humanly possible to try to blow up here structurally, but she's held together. She's square and shapely. She's a gilt that just needs to relax and get out and go a little bit out here and cooperate to get any higher. We round out this class again with some parts and pieces here of gilts that need to either be fixed structurally, a lot of it in this breed at times. Again, loin to shoulder, just roundness of muscle, I would change in some of these gilts here that round out this class. Really nice group of Polands, though, to start the breed.
Poland Class 1 winners. First place, Case and Caitlin from Hinton. Second, Jackson Selvage from Morris. Third, Jessica Lentz from Blanchard. Fourth, Mason Olson from Oolagaw. Fifth, Kaylee McPherson from Minko. Sixth, Kylie Green from Purcell. Seventh, Jolie Marshall from Hera. Eighth, Paisley Harlan from North Rock Creek. Ninth, Isabel Case from Dewey. And 10th, John Dixon from Veneta.
Quickly, I'll get you some results there from Class 1 Poland's. Case and Caitlin is the class winner there. That is a reptile house bred by Cooper Flash. Second in that class went to Jackson Selvage with a Staten Fax from Beeman. Jessica Lentz was third in class with an All Due Respect from Barks. Fourth went to Macklin Olson with a Black Storm bred by McPherson. And fifth was Kylie Green with a group effort from TL Livestock. Now showing the last Class 2, which is the last and final class of the day. Purebred Polands. There's 38 of them in this class. Looks like they are all the July borns.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
here in the second class of Poland's. The young lady here in the middle of the ring directly in front of me here, we'll have our class winner. This is a gilt that just keeps surfacing to the top in this class for me. When you step up off the side and get off of these things, this one's design and how she's built and blends from loin to shoulder is so good up high. She's as mobile and flexible as any in this particular drive. She's good in her muscles to shape, good in her look. I think a logical place to start. Second and third's a little more challenging to me. The young lady here in front of me will be second. This one here is a little better in the center part of her body. She's a little bolder in her forerib. She's got more outward curvature to the center part of her body. She's a gilt that wants to run downhill a nickel. She gets to be a little rough into her loin. Young lady's gilt directly in front of me. This is one that is elevated, feminine gilt that's got a good hind leg. She's one for me that maybe just doesn't balance a little as well. She gets to be a little long, and she needs to be a rib shorter, have more shape to the center part of her body. One of the two, however you want to call it. Young lady coming out next and fourth. This is a gilt that's one of the lighter weight gilts in this particular drive. This is one, though, I thought was pretty neat and continued to work up. She's a gilt that's wanted to blow up here a little towards the end. She's really bold on the upper part of her skeleton. She's awesome in her blade and forearm. She could be fixed coming at you a little bit there on her front feet. And a gilt that, again, could be elevated a little in her cannon, raise her up a little to get up into that top end. Young lady's gilt coming out next, blade back, I like, big armed. Again, right length of body, really uniform there from her forerib to flank when you study her off to the side. She's a gilt that gets to be a little cresty, pushing a little more maturity there in her front end. Young man coming out next is one that I liked a lot and kept working back, but when we got her back out here, these ones that are out here like that are coming out next, 2 or 3 of these gilts are all ones that I just started to roll back in that got to be a little too upright and wanted to roll up in their hock and pasture and get too short stepping behind. We round out again with some that need to balance better. Really nice class of Poland's here in our heavier class.
Mason Olson from Oologah. Second, Macy Childress from Fort Gibson. Third, Chloe Little from McLeod. Fourth, Macy Peacock from Tecumseh. Fifth, Kaylee McPherson from Minko. Sixth, Bray Wright from Wacomas. Seventh, Avery Throckmorton from Marlow. Eighth, Tristan Nelson from Coweta. Ninth, Madeline Green from Washington. And 10th, Riley Branch from Duncan. I think we're ready to choose our champion and reserve Poland and a few sale lineup gilts. We'll introduce our class winners from Class 1, Caitlin from Hinton.
Okay, so real quickly, I'll tell you what we'll leave it to them.
One class winner is a really good breed that was fun to sort between this particular pair, though. I think there's one, again, that's so very hard to make, very square, heavy structured, and this one's body shape, and when you get on top of her, and then the look from the side is very, very unique, and then big foot, sound at the ground. Young man, your Class 1 winner will be champion Poland.
Champion Poland is Kalin. That is a reptile house bred by Cooper and Flash. That lets Jackson Selvage in. That is a gilt from Beeman's, sired by State and Facts.
Gilt comes out, and again, that very similar in some areas there from a standpoint of edge and shape, and I like that about her and for her breed. However, I think, again, when you start studying the young lady's gilt and her uniqueness of build and how sound she is and her body shape, I like this one second best. Young lady, you'll be reserved Poland.
So your reserve Poland is your class winner out of Class 2. That's Mason Olson. That is a Blackbeard and bred by McPherson. That lets Macy Childress in. Third selection goes to Class 2, Macy Childress. A hot and heavy, bred by Century Oaks Show Pigs. The fourth selection was Jackson Selvage. That's a State and Facts from Beeman. It's like we have in all the other breeds. We'll pick 5 of these to make the sale, and then so the 5th selection is Jessica Lentz, with an all due respect, from Barks. We'll let you continue to watch. Want to thank everyone for joining us today throughout the remainder of the Crossbred Gilt Show, and watch this part of the first half of the Purebred Show. Thank each and every one of you. We'll be back again here tomorrow. Look forward to visiting and seeing you all then. Tune in bright and early, 8 a.m., Class 1 Berkshires. Thank you.
Our 6th selection comes from Class 1 now. That's Mason Olson from Oolagaw. Kaylee McPherson, 2. I'm getting my unos and doses mixed up. All right, our 6th selection comes from Class 2, Chloe Little from McLeod. Macy Peacock, we need you in the ring. Kaylee McPherson, we need you on deck for Class 2. Number 7 is Mason Olson from Oolagaw. We need Kaylee McPherson in the ring. Kylie Green, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 8th selection comes from Class 2, Macy Peacock from Tecumseh. We need Kaylee McPherson in the ring with her Class 2 Poland Gilt. Bray Wright, you will be on deck for Class 2. Our 9th selection is Kaylee McPherson from Minco. We need Kylie Green from Purcell in the ring. Our 10th and final selection in the Poland preliminary sale order is Kylie Green from Purcell. She came from Class 1. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors today. We'll be ready to start again in the morning at 8 a.m.